네. 네, 알겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘. 영어 통역 채널 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 감독님 혹시 지금 옆에 그 스마트폰으로 듣고 계신 건가요? 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 네네. 지금 스마트폰으로 듣고 계셨던 건가요, 혹시? 스피커로? 옆에 지금 모니터링 하시는 거 그 소리가 저한테 다시 들어와 가지고요. 그 스마트폰으로 지금 듣고 계셨던 거죠?
네네네.
아, 그 이 소리가 저한테 다시 들어와 가지고. 아, 네. 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘. 하나, 둘. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 네.
테스트 하나 하나. 그 통역 감독님 저기 말씀 한 번만
네.
영어 채널로 부탁드릴게요.
네, 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다.
하나.
영어 통역 테스트 중입니다.
하나 둘.
영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 영어 통역 테스트 중입니다.
하나.
영어 통역 테스트 중입니다. 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 하나, 둘,
감독님,
셋.
그 한국어 채널 한번 부탁드립니다.
네.
테스트 하나 둘 셋. 한국어 하나 저는 영어로 말하고 있습니다. 영어 네, 통역 감독님 감사합니다.
island 인천 all night 인천 all taste 인천 all cheers 인천 all days 인천 all times 인천 all 시사이즈 인천 all drives 인천 all locations 인천 all wishes 인천 always 인천 always 인천 all island 인천 all night 인천 all taste 인천 all cheers 인천 all days 인천 all times 인천 all 시사이즈 인천 all drives 인천 all locations 인천 all wishes 인천 always 인천 always 인천 all for you 인천 always 인천 all hearts 인천 always 인천 always 인천
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
동네 산책좀 한 걸 같고 왜들 난리?
일상 속의 세계 일주 인천입니다.
런던,
2,
이 배워간 도시.
2, 3, 4.
교토, 보다 안전한 도시. 제네바를 이긴 도시. 두바이, 더 놀란 도시.
오, 인천 좀 하는데?
세계가 주목하는 도시 인천입니다.
Our destination for today is Incheon.
From going as fast as you can to being fully relaxed. From the green forest to the emerald seas. From traveling 100 years back to traveling 100 years forward. A city where opposite charms coexist. Always Incheon.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 2022
Great to see you all, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2020 Incheon International Online Travel Mart, and thank you for joining the opening ceremony. I am Lee-Song-hye, your MC for today's event. It gives me great pleasure to become MC for this very meaningful event. Incheon Metropolitan City and the Incheon Tourism Organization have organized the online travel mart to utilize domestic and international networks to promote tourism in Incheon and discuss the future direction for the local tourism industry in the post-COVID era. We also have the tourism people overseas in the audience joining us online. And they are paying great attention to this topic. Can you see us well on the screen? I know you have high expectation for this event. Please wave your hands to say hello to everyone. You're showing very bright and broad smile on your faces. That's very good to see. It is very unfortunate for us not being able to meet physically, but this is the best alternative. Today's event is participated by more than 130 players in the tourism industry, home and abroad. For 3 days, starting from today, there will be business consulting sessions along with the Incheon Tourism Exhibition at a website. And after the opening ceremony, you can watch the web seminar that discusses the future path for the tourism industry after COVID with the keywords like post-COVID, new normal, and big data, new tourism. I hope you have a very productive sessions. Now I declare the opening of First, let me invite Incheon Tourism Organization CEO Min Min Hong for his opening speech. Please give a big round of applause. Good afternoon. My name is Min Min Hong, CEO of ITO, as was just introduced. Should I wear a mask before giving a speech? Since you have all seen my face, it will be better for me to wear the mask for a precaution. I know that you are going through a very painful time right now, but thank you for being here with us for this online travel mart. Because of COVID-19, we had some constraints for inviting many people to this event. But still, we have many people involved in the business, accommodations, and hospitality sectors. Thank you for coming. And we are also joined by Park Chan-wook, Director, and other Policy Director for this sector. As you well know, Incheon is a very attractive city. It was relatively not well known, but it is a hidden gem with lots of beautiful islands. All of these islands have their own merits and beautiful sites. We also have Gangwon Island, which is also called as a museum without roof. And the open port still has some sites that just came from the late 19th century. It shows so many historic scenes. And we also have Songdo, Cheongna, and Yeongjong. They are all state-of-the-art technological cities. So if you are in Incheon, you can experience not only the past, the present, but also the future. It is one of the best tourism destinations in Korea. So we wanted to promote these hidden gems as tourism destinations for people across the world. That is why we have put together this event. And for 3 days, starting from today, about 120 tourism companies home and abroad from 15 countries will be participating in business consulting sessions. And starting from tomorrow, we will have a web seminar. And today also at the web seminar, there will be lectures and presentations by, for example, the CEO and President of World Travel Tourism Council, Gloria Guevara, and other leaders in the industry. The topic is to ensure sustainable growth amid a COVID-19 crisis. The seminar itself will be very insightful and productive for participants. And we hope that albeit small, the consulting sessions and web seminars can be very helpful to people involved in tourism industry. Once again, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the participants of 2020 Incheon International Online Travel Mart, and I hope this conference and the event can be a great opportunity for new exchanges and collaboration. Please enjoy these 3 days. Thank you very much.
네, 인천관광공사 민민홍 사장님의 개회사였습니다.
CEO of Incheon Tourism Organization, Mr. Min Min Hong. So he talked about Incheon City, where the past and future coexist. We hope that Incheon will be promoted around the world, and we also hope that those in the tourism sector will be able to discover new business opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Min another big round of applause. Next, the Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, Mr. Park Nam-chun, will deliver his welcoming remarks. Due to his busy schedule, unfortunately, he could not join us today, but he has sent us a special video message to celebrate the opening of the Incheon International Online Travel Mart 2020. Good afternoon. I am Bang Nam-chun, the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. It is a great pleasure to meet all of the Incheon and partners and everyone working in the tourism sector who are taking part in the Incheon International Online Travel Mart 2020. Equipped with the world's best airport and port, Incheon is an attractive city where both the past and future can be found. You can discover history and culture in the heart of the city. In the FEZ, you will find a state-of-the-art smart city. And in the 168 islands, you will uncover the gift of nature. I'm sure that once you experience the infinite charm of Incheon, you will find it hard not to immerse yourself in the city's attractiveness. We initiated the Incheon and Partners project to reinforce tourism exchanges with other cities and promote Incheon's tourism resources around the world. 136 partners from home and abroad have joined us, and I would like to sincerely thank Incheon and partners for joining us in the midst of these very challenging times. The tourism industry is facing an unprecedented crisis due to COVID. Aside from taking preemptive and thorough measures against COVID, we are promoting the Enjoy Incheon Travel project to revitalize local tourism, which has been hit hard by COVID. We are supporting SMEs with funding and promotion and marketing, among others. The online travel mart, which began today, has been organized to support the tourism industry, which is facing difficulties with overseas marketing due to COVID. Although we are not able to physically gather together in one venue, we hope that the event will provide a venue for exploring the future direction of the tourism industry in midst of COVID crisis and receiving useful information on Incheon tourism and also finding great partners. Incheon will make efforts to create a safe and clean tourism environment so that travelers from all over the world can freely travel in Incheon. Once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome and gratitude to everyone taking part in the Incheon International Online Travel Mart 2020. Thank you.
Well, that was Bang Nam-chun, Incheon Metropolitan City Mayor. Incheon Metropolitan City has been very proactive in introducing quarantine measures, and by doing so, it is giving full support to the tourism industry and other related sectors. So thank you for that encouraging remark. To welcome all of you and congratulate the opening of 2020 Incheon International Online Travel Mart, another VIP has sent us a speech in video. He is Shin Eun-ho, chairperson for the Incheon Metropolitan Council. Please watch the video. Welcome to 2020 Incheon International Online Travel Mart. I am truly grateful to partners and those working in tourism industry. I am Shin Eun-ho, chairperson for Incheon Metropolitan Council. Before delivering congratulatory remarks, let me first extend my heartfelt consolation and encouragement to those in the tourism industry, both home and abroad, for their suffering caused by COVID-19. I'm also grateful to Mayor Bang Nam-chun and the organizing committee for holding this event to revitalize the tourism industry in difficulties. The unprecedented COVID-19 has dealt a heavy blow to the tourism industry. Under this circumstance, this event becomes all the more meaningful as part of the effort to create an opportunity out of this crisis. I hope you take this opportunity to develop a new business model for tourism that befits the demands and changes of the market by leveraging both your networks home and abroad. Having the international airport and the port, Incheon is a city best suited for global tourism. It has to find a breakthrough by selecting and focusing on its unique strength. The Incheon Metropolitan Council will continue to fully support the suffering tourism sector and the local economy by allocating budget to most necessary areas so that we can all overcome this crisis together. I believe this abnormal situation will be soon over, and the blessed ordinary days will come back to us eventually. I hope the online travel mart can revitalize the tourism industry and the local economy overcoming this COVID-19 crisis. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. That was Shin Ui-ho, the chair of the council at Incheon Metropolitan City. The tourism industry has been hit hard, but we hope that the local economy will be revived, as well as the local travel and tourism industry. Thank you very much for your remarks. So for the next 3 days, the Incheon International Online Travel Mart 2020 will begin. So we have many sellers and buyers who are joining us, and there are people who are familiar with Incheon City, but I'm sure that there are some of you who are unfamiliar with Incheon. So we hope that this event will promote the attractiveness of Incheon tourism, and we look forward to your continued interest and support. So we would now like to invite the projects that are being carried out by Incheon Metropolitan City and Incheon Tourism Organization. We would like to invite Deputy Head of the Overseas Marketing Team at ITO, Ms. Jo Mi-ryung, to the stage to explain to us about the various projects.
Great to see you all. As was just introduced, I am Jo Mi-ryung. I am the Deputy Head of Overseas Marketing Team of ITO. So I'd like to kindly ask for your understanding for me to take off this mask to better deliver this presentation. Today, I'd like to introduce Incheon as global tourism city to those people involved in tourism industry, both home and abroad. And I'm also here to explain some of the businesses we are carrying out to invite foreign tourists. And I know that there are many people participating online and overseas. And for those overseas participants, let me briefly introduce our city, Incheon. So Incheon is the biggest city in Korea. It is a number 1, 2, 3 city. It is the biggest city, and it has the second most foreign population, and it ranks third with in terms of total population. Its total population is 2.9 million people. Incheon also hosts international airport and the port, so it has the great accessibility. And it is connected to everywhere. You can go to the Incheon International Airport in less than 20 minutes, and you can go to Seoul in less than 1 hour by car. And after just a 40-minute drive, you can reach anywhere in this country by KTX. Incheon is a city chosen by the world. It has many international agencies, including GCF, and Incheon Global Campus consists of 5 prestigious universities of other foreign countries, and it also has 146 foreign invested companies. And as you can see from the graph, the inbound tourist number is on the increase every year, making Incheon as a global tourism city. So I told you that Incheon is a city chosen by the world, and it has a great strength. And what about tourism in Incheon? Incheon is a place where the past, present, and future coexist with one another, and is best suited for tourism in this era, which requires contactless encounters. Now let me explain why Incheon has so many great tourism resources. First one is Gangwon Island. Gangwon Island has a great tourism assets from prehistoric times to modern times, and more recently it is loved by younger generations with lots of activities like zipline, cafes and luges. And Ganghwa Island was famous for the textile industry in the past, and it has a Sochang exhibition center, and if you take a visit to Ganghwa Island, you can experience making Sochang handkerchief, which is just one of a kind for you. And we also have this Joyang Bangjik textile plant, which has been remodeled into a cafe. The machinery of the plant has been remade into tables, and which will truly give you a very unique experience. Drinking coffee at the space once used as manufacturing plant. And we also have the sluice, a facility. If you go up to the mountains, you can see the sea surrounding Incheon, and the length of the route is just 1.8 kilometer, and you can enjoy the speed and thrill. And we also have a new sports park recently opened, where you can enjoy zipline, adventure, razors, survival games, and climbing and others. And coming from coming November, you can also enjoy electric cart. And if you enjoy meditation, then I recommend to you the Jeondeung Temple, the oldest existing temple in Korea. In this very peaceful temple, you can take a stroll, and you can also experience the traditional life of Korea. So these are some of the experiences that you can have in Incheon. And from now on, let me introduce a very unique destination in Ganghwa Island. Can you make a guess? Well, let me give you a hint. Korea is the only divided country in the world, and the inbound tourists, where will they take most interest in? As of now, DMZ is the place that they really want to visit. But for those people, I recommend Ganghwa Peace Observatory Tower. It is the only place where you can see North Korean people having daily life with your naked eyes. Next is the open port in Incheon. In 1883, through this Incheon open port, many foreigners and civilization and the products from foreign countries were imported through Incheon port. So it is the first international city of Korea. And right now, at the open port, it has this neighborhood tour programs and story tour programs. And in coming December, there will be exhibitions with the theme of noodle, and noodle platform will be opened soon. And there will be AR, VR content that will enable smart tourism. I recommend you to take one of those programs and experience it for yourselves. And there are so many other assets like Wormi Sea Railroad, Silo World Painting, Simpo International Market, Songho Fairy Tale Village, and others. Next is Songdo International City. Songdo International City is a state-of-the-art city built on a reclaimed land where you can enjoy exhibitions, performance, shopping, and mice. You can enjoy the water taxi and canoe at Songdo Central Park. And on top of that, there is also a hidden gem in Songdo. It is a stroll path where you can look out onto the sea. Where would it be? It is a Solchan Park. If you go to Solchan Park and integrated cultural complex, you can enjoy the wonderful sea and the nice scape of Songdo.
Aside from that, in Yeongjeong, there is Northeast Asia's greatest integrated resort, which is Paradise City. There you can enjoy duty-free shops, casinos, and wonder box, as well as Simra, which is an aqua spa. So everyone can enjoy these facilities at Paradise City. If you're departing on an evening flight, you can go to great restaurants and cafes along the Masian Beach, or enjoy the famous sunset of Incheon, or ride a magnetic levitation train to the airport. And also, one of the great joys of traveling is trying the local cuisine. So I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce some unique dishes from Incheon, because when I go abroad, I love to try the local dishes. Of course, experiencing a new destination is very important, but I believe that if you try the local dish, you will remember it for a very long time to come. So let me talk about some of the unique dishes from Incheon. As you know, bordering on the West Sea, Incheon is famous for its fresh seafood all year round. You can enjoy monkfish, clams, and eel, and also enjoy delicious dishes from Incheon and the famous Bupyeong Seafood Soup Street, and you can also enjoy tasty desserts at famous cafes in the nearby area. If you come to Incheon, please try the Incheon City Tour bus. Here you can see the route for the ocean, but aside from the ocean tour, we have open port tour, and there are also tours such as Incheon Time Travel Tour, History Tour, and Healing Tour. So each route has a theme, and you can enjoy every nook and corner of Incheon City. So I talked about many different things, but there is one thing that I cannot leave out. Every year we host the K-pop festival. The INK concert and the Incheon Pentaport Musical Festival are very famous programs already known among foreigners. And also the Open Port Cultural Night Trip Festival, you'll be able to enjoy busking performances, enjoy the cafes, and go to the little craft shops to experience craft making. This year, it will be held on November 14th and November 15th, and it will be held online and offline together. So we look forward to your active interest and participation in this festival. So I talked about Incheon tourist attractions, food. Now I would like to talk about the programs that are being operated by ITO and Incheon Metropolitan City for travelers. Incheon Metropolitan City and ITO together every year develops contents that specializes in Incheon City. This year, in order to respond to COVID, we have focused on developing tourism contents with the theme of untact and healing. In order to open the door for developing more contents related to Incheon tourism by the local tourism industry, this year we held the first Incheon tourism contest, and a total of 8 contents were selected and awarded. Next year, with the local tourism industries, we will utilize the 8 contents to develop tourism products and promote overseas promotion. Next is overseas promotion of Incheon tourism destination and products. ITO's strategic target market is China, Japan, Southeast Asia, and Russia. We are promoting tourism destination and products by utilizing overseas media, travel information platforms, and influencers. So normally we would hold business meetings with overseas tourism representative by attending famous exhibitions and hosting travel seminars together with the local tourism representatives. This year, that was very difficult to do, and so we have shifted our offline marketing activities to online, and we have been operating online seminars and virtual business meetings with the overseas tourism industry representatives, and today's event has been organized as part of our online marketing efforts to support the business activities of the local tourism industry. Next year, we hope that together with the local tourism industry, we will be able to host events and seminars here in Incheon. Next is the incentive program for attracting overseas tourists. For the domestic inbound travel agencies, we provide incentives according to tourism products, and these incentives are being provided by Incheon Metropolitan City and ITO. For overseas travel agencies, we support advertising fees depending on the contents and products that promote Incheon. And also, this year, we have started operating the project, the Incheon and Partners. 36 domestic businesses and 100 overseas businesses are taking part in this project. And this year, we are providing marketing capability, training and education, as well as training and education on Incheon tourism for our domestic and foreign partners. Next year, ITO is preparing various cooperation projects with Incheon and Partners. We look forward to your interest and participation. Next is the person in charge of overseas marketing for each region. For ITO, the presentation material will be translated into your language and sent to you via email after the event. So after receiving the email, if you have any questions regarding any of the projects that I talked about, please contact the person in charge as you can see here on the screen. Incheon Metropolitan City and Incheon Tourism Organization will continue to provide you with various support and benefits. We hope to develop many programs and projects that will benefit you and that will support you. So we hope you will grow further together as our partner. Thank you.
Well, that was Jo Mi-ryung, Deputy Head of Overseas Marketing Team at the ITO. And there are people from other who are not so familiar with Incheon City, and I was able to see the surprised looks on their faces. They are so surprised to discover these hidden aspects of Incheon City, and there are so many projects and initiatives led by the ITO to promote Incheon. So please continue to give your support and encouragement to ITO. And as you well know, the Incheon Metropolitan City and the Incheon Tourism Organization are working to turn the corona crisis into an opportunity to reinforce the tourism capacity, to build the tourism network and partnership home and abroad for Incheon. And they have designated 36 Korean companies and 100 foreign businesses as Incheon and partners for more effective collaboration. So we'd like to start the appointment ceremony for Incheon and partners working to facilitate Incheon tourism industry. So I'd like to first invite Park Chan-hoon, Director of Culture and Tourism of Incheon Metropolitan City, for the ceremony. Please give a big hand. Now let me invite Incheon and partners in Korea. When I call their name, please come up to the stage. PK Travel, Lotte Tourism, Michael Local, Sopung Tourism, Paradise Tour, Plus Planner, Shinhwa International, Hana Tour, ITC, Trazy, TJ Story, and all in all, 10 companies will receive the appointment certificate. This hospitality, tourism companies have all done great jobs to meet very big difficulties. Please stand in line and to better show your faces on the screen.
위촉배 TK 트래블 귀사를 인천광역시 관광상품 개발 및 관광
TK Travel.
인천광역시 관광 파트너로 위촉합니다.
We appoint you as Incheon and partners to promote Incheon tourism industry.
축하드립니다.
Park Nam-chun and Min Min-ho. Congratulations.
네, 이어서 또 롯데 관광개발
Next, Lotte Tourism Development.
롯데 관광개발
Letter
주식회사
of or plaque of
같습니다.
appointment.
축하드립니다.
The rest is the same as above. Congratulations.
네, 이어서 수여하겠습니다. 위촉배 주식회사 라이커 로컬
The plaque of appointment,
축하드립니다.
Life Local. The rest is the same as above. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
In Sopung Tourism,
위촉배 주식회사
the plaque of appointment,
축하드립니다.
Sopung Tourism. The rest is the same as above. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 파라다이스
Plaque of appointment, Paradise Tour. The rest is the same as above.
박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big hand.
위촉배 주식회사 플러스 플래너
Plus Planner. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 신화 국제
Plaque of appointment, Shina International. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 하나투어 IT
The plaque of appointment, Hana Tour ITC. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 크레이지 이하 내용은
So
같습니다.
Tracy,
축하드립니다.
the rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 TJ 스토리 이하 내용은
TJ Story, the pipe
축하드립니다.
appointment. The rest is the same. Please give up a hand. We will take a group photo together later. And the drawing out this plank will continue.
We have many representatives from the travel industry, and 10 of them received the appointment. Congratulations once again. And so we would now like to invite Shingi Market, Simpo Market Association, Bupyeong Underground Shopping Center, Hyundai Department Store, Hyundai Premium Outlet, Songdo, and also International Exchange Association. So these are the representatives of shopping centers and also relevant associations. And of course, in Incheon tourism, we cannot leave out shopping. So we hope we can revive the shopping sector in Incheon. And so with that in mind, we will deliver the appointment plaque. So Director, if you can step forward. So for the Shingi Market Merchants Association, plaque of appointment. So for developing marketing activities and also tourism products, we appoint you as a partner. Bang Nam-chun, Mayor of Intermetropolitan City, and Min Min-hong, CEO of Incheon Tourism Organization. Congratulations. Simpo Market Merchants Association. The content is the same as before. Congratulations. For Bupyeong Underground Shopping Center, the contents is the same as before. Congratulations. And next is Hyundai Department Store, Hyundai Premium Outlet, Songdo. The contents is the same as before. Congratulations. Next is the International Culture Exchange Association, and the contents is the same as before. Congratulations. So once again, congratulations, and please return to your seats, and the director will continue to present the plaque. So we are now going to move on to those representatives who are representing the tourism experience industry.
Michuo Traditional Culinary Research Institute, SMILE, and the Eastern Part Meditation Center, Yeongjong Seaside Rail Bike, and this Buddhism Jogaejong Cultural Foundation, Ganghwa Resort, Creative Tongue, Paradise Segasami, Hyundai Oceanic Leisure Company, Komari SD Estep, Wormi Island Oceanic Tourism Company. So in total, there are 13 companies. So Incheon tourism is famous for experienced leisure activity. So these are very essential partners, news entertainment. We appoint you as Incheon and partners to develop tourism products and experiences for Incheon. Bang Nam-chun, Incheon Mayor, Min Min-hong, ITO CEO. And Michuo Traditional Culinary Research Institute. The rest is the same as before. Thank you. Congratulations. Smile System Company. The rest is the same. Congratulations. Eastern Meditation Center, Yeonsu Branch, Plaque of Appointment. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 영종 Seaside
Place of
Rail
appointment,
이하
Yeongjong Seaside Rail Bike Company. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 재단법 대한민국 조계전 100년 불교 문화재단 이하 내용은 같습니다.
So, Centennial Buddhism Jogaejong Cultural Foundation, Lake of Appointment. The rest is the same. The Lake of Appointment,
이하 내용은 같습니다.
Ganghwa Resort. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 크리에이티브
Lake of Appointment, Creative Talk. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 파라다이스
Lake of Appointment, Paradise Segasami. The rest is the same. Please give a big hand to our partners.
위촉배
Lake of Appointment, Hyundai Oceanic Leisure Company. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 코마리
Lake of Appointment, Komari. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배 주식회사 SDS텍
Lake of Appointment, SD Aztec. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
위촉배
Lake of Appointment, Wormi Island Oceanic Tourism Company. The rest is the same. Congratulations.
네, 이상으로 우리 체험 관계자분들 마쳤습니다.
This brings us to the end of giving out the place of appointment to the companies related to the oceanic leisure activities. Thank you.
예, 지금까지 여행업계 쇼핑 시사
You can now leave the stage. So we have distributed this place of appointment to various types of companies and associations in the tourism industry for Incheon to strengthen partnership with these companies. I hope that we can keep up, you can keep up the good work for the tourism industry of Incheon. Of course, we wanted to give this place of appointment to our overseas partners.
So are you watching now? Thank you. So we are waiting for you here in Incheon, Korea for the prosperity and to encourage the tourism in Incheon. Would you please give us a thumbs up? Thumbs up. Okay, thumbs up, Incheon. 예, 우리 인천 관광 힘내시라고 우리 격려하는 마음으로 엄지척을 다들 해주셨습니다. 우리
So, to show for support, encouragement, they showed the thumbs up, and even though all of their faces are not showing, there are people who are rooting for Incheon tourism industry. Now, we'd like to take a group photo for our participants. Please show your very bright and beautiful smiles to the camera. Now I'd like to invite all of the participants up to the stage for a group photo. Min Min Hong, ITO CEO, and Bang Nam-chun, Incheon Metropolitan Mayor, please come up to the stage and stand in the center.
So I know that you're all wearing a mask, but we can see you if you're smiling or not by looking at your eyes. So if you can give us a big smile for the cameras, even though you're wearing a mask. So the front row, you have your designated spots, but let's try to keep our social distance while we try to take
so
a
we will
photo.
take a commemorative photograph with the tourism people in Incheon. So global partners, so would you please make a pose for camera? 네. We will take a photo shortly. 자, 우리 처음에는요, 우리 관계자분들과 함께
So,
활짝
why don't
미소와
we
함께
first
이렇게 오른손을
smile
드시고
for our cameras. If you can raise your right hand and wave your hand. And everyone is also holding up a banner saying Incheon and Partners. So we're now going to take the photograph by holding up the banners. So as I mentioned before, we can see that you are smiling or not by looking at your eyes. So first, if you could raise your right hand and wave your hand. So please smile for the cameras. And why don't we give everyone a big round of applause for Incheon Tourism. So we hope that everyone will come to Incheon. And the next photograph, we're going to shout, I love
Would you
Incheon.
make a cross finger, small heart? Okay, are you ready? Okay. 자, 제가 I love 하면 여러분
So I'm going to say I
크게
love, and
외쳐주시면
then everyone,
되겠습니다.
you
자,
can say
준비되셨죠?
Incheon.
시작하겠습니다.
So let's begin.
I love
인천.
자, 한 번 더.
So one
I
more
love
time.
인천.
I love Incheon.
네, 감사합니다. 여러분 박수
So thank you very
부탁드립니다.
much. If you can give everyone another
자,
big
이어서
round of
국내
applause.
업체 관계자분들 우리
Next,
기념
we
촬영을
would
별도로 할
like
텐데요.
to have a separate photo shoot
화면 전환을
for
부탁드리도록
the Korean
하겠습니다.
representatives
자,
who are joining
이번에는
here us
우리끼리입니다. 자,
offline.
대한민국 인천 관광 활성화 재기를 위해서
So to
화이팅을
revive
외쳐보도록
the
하겠습니다.
tourism
자,
sector
오른손을
here in
드시고요.
Incheon and in Korea,
우리 여기
you can
남자분들이 월등히
raise
많은데
your
아주 우렁찬
right
목소리로
hand.
함께
So there are a lot
외쳐보도록
of gentlemen
하겠습니다.
joining
제가
us. So if
인천 관광
everyone
여러분
can say
화이팅! 하고
together,
외쳐주십시오.
Incheon
자,
fighting.
시작하겠습니다.
So Incheon Tourism fighting.
다시 한번.
So once again, Incheon Tourism fighting.
네, 감사합니다.
So thank you very much. You may now all return to your seats, and if you can give everyone another big round of applause. So we would like to thank Mimino, the CEO of Incheon Tourism Organization, as well as Park Nam-chun, the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, as well as Mr. Park Chan-hoo, the director general, and everyone who has helped us to organize today's event. So what do you think? I think you can see that the future is quite bright for us. So I think we can look forward to a lot of great things here in Incheon. So with this, we would like to conclude the opening ceremony of the Incheon International Online Travel Mart 2020. I would like to once again thank everyone for joining us. There is a survey on your table, so if you could please fill out the surveys and submit it to the registration desk. We will present you with a sandwich and a little souvenir. So I'm sure that you're a little bit hungry by now, so if you submit the survey, then we will give you a sandwich. So 10 minutes later, we're going to look at the prospects for tourism in the era of COVID. So after we organize the stage, we will continue on with the web seminar.
네, 오늘 행사장 외부에 커피도 마련이 되어 있습니다. 여러분 커피 드시고 싶으신 분들이요 자유롭게 이용해 주시고요. 다만 본 행사장 내에서는 음식 그리고 음료가 취식이 불가하다고 합니다. 이 점 양해 부탁드리고요. 예, 커피 준비되어 있습니다. 여러분 많은 이용 부탁드립니다.
All island Incheon, all night Incheon, all taste Incheon, all cheers Incheon, all day Incheon, all time Incheon, all she says Incheon, all drive Incheon, all locations Incheon, all wishes Incheon. Always Incheon. Always Incheon. All island Incheon, all night Incheon, all taste Incheon, all cheers Incheon, all day Incheon, all time Incheon, all she says Incheon, all drive Incheon, all locations Incheon, all wishes Incheon. Always Incheon. Always Incheon. All for you Incheon. Always Incheon. All hearts Incheon. Always Incheon. Always Incheon.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
동네 산책좀 한 걸 같고 왜들 난리?
일상 속의 세계 일주 인천입니다.
런던, 이 배워간 도시. 교토, 보다 안전한 도시. 제네바를 이긴 도시. 두바이, 더 놀란 도시.
오, 인천 좀 하는데?
세계가 주목하는 도시 인천입니다.
Our destination for today is Incheon.
From going as fast as you can to being fully relaxed. From the green forest to the emerald seas. From traveling 100 years back to traveling 100 years forward. A city where opposite charms coexist. Always Incheon.
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 곧이어 웹 세미나 시작하겠습니다. 우리 행사장 외부에 계신 분들께서는요, 지금 안쪽으로 입장하셔서 착석해 주십시오. 원활한 행사의 진행을 위해서 여러분들 소지하고 계신 휴대폰 진동으로 전환 부탁드립니다. 아울러 방역을 위해서 여러분들 실내에서는 마스크 착용을 꼭 부탁드립니다.
Vibrate or sign a mood and wear your mask at all times. Would like to start the web seminar. Please take your seats.
네, 그럼 지금부터 웹 세미나 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 연사분 소개해 드립니다.
So we will begin the web seminar. So we are going to talk about the tourism industry in this era of new normal following the COVID crisis. So we are now going to hear from Ms. Gloria.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Gloria Guevara, and it's a pleasure to be here today in this important event. I would like to first of all thank the organizers, the Incheon Metropolitan City, the Incheon Tourism Organization, and very especially Mr. Nam Chun Park, Mayor of the Incheon Metropolitan City, and Mr. Min Hong Min, CEO of the Incheon Tourism Organization. With the organizers, they have done a great job of bringing everyone together in such an important event. Now, let me tell you a little bit about who's WTTC and why we celebrate this important event. First of all, we represent the global private sector. A little bit over 200 CEOs from around the world are our members. These are the global companies that represent travel and tourism globally. We have a representation of 30% of our members in Asia, 30% in Europe, 30% in America, and 10% in the rest of the world. And we include all the industries, as we have airlines, hotels, airports, OTAs, travel companies. Every single industry within the ecosystem is represented in WTTC. Currently, our chair is Chris Naceta. He's the CEO worldwide for Hilton Hotels. And we have vice chairs in the regions, like, for instance, in the case of China, Street.com with Jameson. In the case of Japan, is JTB with Tagawa. And we have, as I say, different vice chairs. This is a photo of our ExCom. And here probably some faces that are very familiar, as these are the leaders that form part of our council. Now, for 30 years, we have done research. We have done research analyzing the economic impact in 185 countries around the world. As you will see here, in the last 9 years, in the chart below, the travel and tourism GDP has outpaced the growth of the economy. Last year, these are numbers from last year, we contributed 10% of the global economy. And as you compare here, the travel and tourism GDP outpaced the growth of the economy by 40%. So it was 3.5 versus 2.5. 1 in 10 jobs, depending on the sector, 1 in 10, that's 330 million jobs around the world. But the most important number here is when you look at the last 5 years and all the jobs that were created in all the industries around the world, 1 out of 4 were in travel and tourism. And unfortunately, this year, those jobs are not going to be created, but 1 in 4 jobs, new jobs, were in our sector. Now, let me tell you a little bit about South Korea. And as I say, our numbers might be a little bit different than the local numbers because we have to use exactly the same methodology that we have used for 30 years, where we look at direct, indirect, and induced. Very important to look at the entire contribution, not only the bill that you pay to the hotel, but also the coffee that you can drink in the morning. That's indirect contribution, for instance. If the hotel wasn't there, that coffee was not consumed. Now, very interesting in the case of South Korea, as you will see here, while the world grew in average 3.5%, the growth in South Korea was very impressive. It was 10%, which is almost 3 times the global average. And this is just an example of the great job that has been done by the private sector and the public sector and the officials in the country. Very impressive growth. Is one of the best performers last year in the world. And it speaks about the very impressive initiatives that have been implemented in the country. Now, unfortunately, we're living an unprecedented situation. And as I said before, we contribute to 10% of the global GDP and 330 million jobs. And at the beginning, we estimated at WTTC that the size of the impact of this crisis was going to be perhaps 50 million jobs lost, then 75. According to the last numbers, as of this month, 121 million jobs have been impacted. Yes, 121 million jobs globally, and $3.4 trillion or $3,400 billion lost. Now, if we continue with this trend, unfortunately, by the end of the year, the number is going to be 197 million jobs, which is, as you can imagine, the worst crisis ever. It has been devastating, the impact. And that's why it's so crucial that we work together. And that's why we celebrate this event, in order to avoid this end of the year forecast that we're estimating with $5.5 trillion. Now, we at WTTC believe that it's very important to learn from the past. As we launched a report a year ago in November, we analyzed 90 different situations in the last almost 20 years. And there are a lot of different crises that have impacted travel and tourism, from weather-related to outbreaks, security situations, or political instability. Every single time, every single of these situations or shocks has impacted, unfortunately, our sector, and we have always recovered. Now, let me highlight 3 lessons learned. The first one is 9/11. Why is important 9/11? Because it was a situation that impacted us significantly. As you will see here in the chart on the left, you will see there the U-shaped recovery that it took us in 9/11. The top left is the world, and in that situation, we took years, 3 to 4 years to recover. Why was that U-shape? Well, the reason is because we work in silos, and unfortunately, governments didn't work together with the private sector to implement protocols. We took longer to recover the trust from the traveler, and it had a huge impact. Now, the other lesson learned is the financial crisis. Look at here, for instance, in this chart is the second V shape that you have on the top left. We were able to recover pretty fast in 18 months. Why was that? Because we worked together. That's when the G20 platform was created, that South Korea, for instance, is part of that G20 platform. And we work hand in hand, public and private, and with other countries, and we recovered, as you can see, pretty fast. Now, in the top left, you will see the blue bars are jobs. The white lines is the economy, and the green line is travel and tourism GDP. As you will see there, 9/11, it was a U shape. 2008 financial crisis, it was the V shape. And after the financial crisis, we have outpaced the growth of the economy. Now, top right, you will see the G20. So whatever happens to the G20 happens to the world economy. Now, let me talk about the third lesson learned from our report on crisis. The third lesson was that we were able to travel without a vaccine in the case of SARS, MERS, of Ebola. Why was that? Because we were able to control the situation and isolate the infected people. Look at the chart on the bottom right. That's the outbreak of SARS in China. And that's, as I say, is just the country in terms, the white is the economy, the green is travel and tourism. Look how they were able to recover in a V shape. So it is possible. And the lesson learned is that we need to learn to coexist with this virus before we have a vaccine, and we have to isolate the people infected. South Korea has been doing an amazing job in terms of testing, and we believe testing in this case is crucial, especially for COVID, because there are a lot of asymptomatic people out there that if we don't isolate the infected people, it's going to be very hard to recover as we have recovered in the past. So from these lessons learned, let me tell you the 4 principles and the path for recovery. These are 4 things or lessons learned from the past. The first one, after, as I mentioned, 9/11 and the financial crisis, we need to have a coordinated international approach whenever we reestablish operations or we reopen borders. There is no benefit for a country to reopen borders and then impose quarantines, because no one is going to visit that country. No one wants to visit a country that they have to isolate for 2 weeks. So it needs to be in coordination, public and private. And perhaps we can open some air corridors, or perhaps we can decide who do we open to, depending on the medical, political, and tourism activity. But at the end of the day, it needs to be done in a coordinated way. Second, we need to look at the seamless experience, the travel journey. We have come a long way after 9/11, despite that we implemented different protocols and different screening at airports. If you travel before COVID, I'm sure that you saw that in some airports, they will remove your shoes, in some places your computer, in some airports your phone. It's not consistent, and we already know that it's going to be possible to make it consistent. But at the beginning of the crisis, it took us a long time to rebuild the trust. So in this case, we need to, as I say before, learn from the past. And with the seamless experience that we have come a long way and make it better, we need to include testing component. We have to have experience before the vaccine and another one after the vaccine. Perhaps after the vaccine, once you have been vaccinated, you need to have a health certificate that goes to your PNR and your reservation. But before the vaccine, we need to include testing. And as I said before, South Korea has been very successful in testing. We need to do testing before departure. Why is that important? Because testing on arrival is a little bit too late. You already imported the virus. But if you do testing on departure, and we have an international testing protocol supported by a contact tracing tool, we can avoid exporting the virus. So it's very important to do testing on departure and only allow the people that tested negative for COVID to board the plane. And the people that tested positive, send them to quarantine. Now, in an exchange, we can remove the quarantines. So if someone travels, for instance, from London to Seoul and tested negative, once they arrive in Seoul, hopefully the authorities can agree in this international testing protocol, and then people can travel and not be in quarantine. And of course, all of this is in combination with great protocols, which is the point number 3. We need to have the protocols in place. Wearing a mask, for instance, is the protocol. Hygiene, sanitizing everything. And we believe the protocols have to be consistent and the same around the world so that we avoid the situation of 9/11. And that's what WTTC has taken a stand. And the last one is that this recovery is going to be painful. And we need to continue with the support from the governments in terms of liquidity, protection to workers, and also some sort of promotion at the right time. So these are very important components that we learned from the past. Now, let me tell you about the unique opportunity to have to overcome the situation together. Time is crucial, very important, and we need to work together because these next weeks are fundamental for the recovery. We cannot wait to have a vaccine ready. We need to reduce the impact to millions of people's and livelihoods around the world and be able to resume international travel as we did it before with worse viruses. We need to avoid a painful recovery, but yes, we need to use the data and the science as the decision makers. We believe that we can coexist with this virus if we play smart, we make the right decisions, and we work hand in hand with governments. Now, and that's why in the G20 event that happened on October 7, we had for the first time under the leadership of Saudi Arabia, a session for the private sector. WTTC has been in every single G20 meeting since the creation. However, we never had CEOs participated. We invited 45 CEOs from around the world. And per the request from Saudi Arabia, who's the chair of the G20 this year, we presented a plan that had 12 commitments for the private sector, and a plan that also had 12 requirements for governments. We cannot do this alone. We need to work together in order to be successful. And that's why a coordinated approach to reopen borders is fundamental. As I said before, one of the 12 points, implement an international testing protocol is crucial so that the country that is receiving the traveler should accept the result of the country that issued the first testing and the results on departure. Replace also the quarantines and only have the people infected to do quarantines. These are just some examples of the things that we can do if we work together, which is relevant and it is crucial for the recovery. Now, let me tell you a little bit also about one of the things that we're doing in the private sector, besides presenting this plan to recover in the 100 million jobs that we believe is part of our commitment. The protocols. Why is that so relevant? The protocols, as I said before, are crucial for the recovery. We at WTTC took a stand and we decided to create these protocols. And for instance, the hotels that offer rooms free to doctors and nurses that they were taking care of COVID patients in Italy, in Spain, or in New York, and were able to maintain those installations COVID-free, that knowledge went to the protocols. With the knowledge from and the expertise from the health guidelines from WHO, from CDC, and from a lot of experts from around the world, we put together the first group of protocols, which had to do with hospitality. Hospitality protocols were the first ones where you have a lot of brands that you have here that they contribute to the creation of these protocols. So far, we have more than 11 protocols related to hospitality, for instance, tour operation, congress and events, theme parks, shopping outdoor. All these protocols have been designed for one goal. And the main goal is to rebuild travelers' confidence, but at the same time to protect the workers and to protect the travelers so that we can reduce to the maximum the possibility of getting COVID. These protocols have been identified with a stamp that our members created called Safe Travel Stamp. They are endorsed by UNWTO, and we have shared these protocols with everyone in the private sector globally. You can download them from our website, wttc.org. They're free. And this is to share knowledge, and as I say before, to rebuild trust. Now, the other thing that we're doing per the request from governments, because this was not part of the original plan, is that we have shared this stamp. This stamp was helping us to identify who has implemented the protocols in the private sector, but then we had some destinations asking us for the stamp. This stamp is just a recognition. It's not a certification. It's a recognition to governments and destinations from around the world that have implemented the protocols at the same level of the global private sector. If the protocols of a destination are at the same level than the global private sector, the experience is the same, and it's going to help us to recover faster. So far, more than 100 destinations, 120 destinations from around the world, as you can see here, have received this important stamp, which is just an acknowledgement of the work that they have done in terms of the protocols. It is a recognition. Countries in Asia, such as Indonesia, Philippines, to mention some of them, countries in Africa, as you have there, Egypt or Kenya or Rwanda as an example, countries in Americas, Argentina, Peru, Colombia, to name some of those, or here in Europe also several countries, and as you'll see, there are also destinations as well. Destinations like, for instance, there might be some cities that they went ahead and they were faster than the country, and we granted the stamp as some cases, for instance, in Spain or in Mexico and in other countries. So bottom line, the only goal of this stamp, which is part of the protocols, is to not make the same mistake that we made in 9/11 and try to recover faster, but engaging and having the same experience with the traveler. Last but not least, I would like to talk to you about that we need to continue sharing accurate and positive data. We need to make decisions based in data and science, not based in emotions. And this is some important piece of data that IATA just released recently that we believe it can help us to build traveler confidence. I don't know if you're aware about this information, but this year, so far, 1.2 billion passengers have flown. This is the data again from IATA. 1.2 billion people have taken a flight of passengers, and only 44 cases of COVID or transmission flying were identified with a possible transmission. And this was before the protocols were implemented, before the mandate of wearing a mask and the guidelines from ICAO, that, by the way, we use the guidelines from ICAO as a standard for our protocols, which means 44 in 1.2 billion is the possibilities of 1 in 27 million to be infected with COVID. I think this is a very interesting number. As we saw this, the low is very low, the risk of contracting COVID on a flight. Actually, a lot of experts believe that it is actually safer sometimes to get into the flight than sometimes to eat in a restaurant when they don't follow the right protocols. So all the efforts from WTTC, they have to be related to build travelers' confidence and to remove travel barriers. But we all have to work to resume international travel so that we can bring back 100 million jobs and livelihoods impacted worldwide. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you again for all your collaboration, for the great job that South Korea is doing, the officials and the private sector. I wish you the best, and let's hope for a faster recovery so that we can overcome the challenges together and in a better way. Thank you.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Kent. Well, that was Gloria Guevara, CEO of WTTC. Well, that public-private protocol is really important, according to her, to regain the trust for the tourism industry. Rather than just wait for the vaccine, we have to do something like establishing air corridor and safe travel or stamp. And we also have to share accurate data for quarantine. Those recommendations are truly powerful and relevant. The insight was truly wonderful. Thank you so much for that great presentation. Let me introduce the second speaker, Incheon Metropolitan City, making various attempts for smart tourism. And with the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution, tourism marketing, leveraging big data, is getting much attention. So the second speaker is the person who's studying and analyzing foot traffic based on big data at SK Telecom. Lee Dong-ok, the manager of SK Telecom, will deliver a presentation under the topic of interpreting hot consumer trends with big data. Thank you so much. I am Lee Dong-ok, as was just introduced. Let me first explain the works I do at SK Telecom. Well, there are statistics agencies across the country, and they have this big data committee under the UN and other international agencies. And at that big data committee, those telecommunications companies, mobile carriers discuss those topics and exchange their technologies. And I am also a part of the effort. And for domestic tourism, I analyze data for the number of inbound visitors and analyze those tourists. And it has been 10 years since SK Telecom has generated that types of big data. And based on experience, let me just explain how we can leverage big data for tourism marketing. So the first thing I want to tell you is that what kind of data should help us understand the actual reality. This is the trickiest part because when we look at and analyze the foot traffic, then we have to make recommendations to E-Mart and other retailers about where they should open new stores, and forecasting how many people will come to those stores will be the most difficult part. What kind of people will come, what will be their income level, and what will be their consumption pattern. And if the forecasts are inaccurate and wrong, then our analysis was all wrong. So let me give you some example. There is the Daehak Tomorrow newspaper. That is a college newspaper, Daehak 내일, and they offer so much insight and news about younger generations. And they have such very insightful data about how to gather and interpret big data. They took a survey on college students and what you do during your travel and what you want for your travel. And they answered that they took as many as pictures, and they usually stay at hotels, and they just stick to the very thorough itinerary, and they have an ample budget, and they wake up early every day during travel. That was the result of the survey, but that was not the actual reality of the college students on trip. They just answered the ideal situation and what they wanted or wished to do during their travel, not what they actually did during travel. So the same distortion happens when you take a survey about income level of respondents. They just answer what the income level they want to receive rather than the actual income they are receiving. So the survey results would not tell you the actual reality, unlike your expectations. Then you have to think about how can you collect data that can show the most accurate picture of the reality. And this is what others are doing. And there is the geography-based database service. The biggest research company, AC Nielsen of the US, they analyzed the most favorite car models and the preferred car functions. And those type of data were collected by AC Nielsen depending on specific topic, and they sell those data to companies at a defined value. So if you are interested in cars, then you can get very general information from AC Nielsen, and you can receive a report about the topic you want to know further. And if you go to their website, there are data groups with specific topics, and sometimes they upload data on a regular basis. And you can see the general trend and what people want from the data, and based on the data, companies have come up with marketing plans. But you can assume that those type of research will have its constraints. So to make an improvement. DB marketing has emerged. And for DB marketing, I have a very specific case. They divided the United States into 220,000 neighborhoods, and they divided the people into 43 types. An early adopter emerged after this type of classification of this company. And this company, Acorn, has many upsides. They have clear classification criteria for early adopter and other types of consumers, like they should spend at least some amount of money for smartphones and what kinds of latest technologies they are using. Having clear classifications criteria is very important. I used to work at research company, and one project I remember is that there was a new product, a soju, a Korean liquor, and it was a very mild soju with less alcohol content. And we have gathered the people and to see their preference about this, the smell and taste of the liquor. And those people were labeled as the leaders in their 20s. So I wasn't quite sure about what types of people would really lead the trends among the 20s. If I go to a club and then randomly select some people, will they be leaders? The leaders in the 20s, they should not be targeted because we don't have any specific clear classification criteria for those leaders in the 20s. So if you have this vague criteria in mind and then select the people based on that vague criteria, then your targeting would be a miss. So when you meet this research company, then you can select the type of people, like number 1 to 13 or 19 people are the targets that I want. Then the research company would give you a clear criteria, and like that. If you are not sure whether this person is one of your targets, then you can just ask a question that would this person spend more than 10 million won for a certain types of consumption? That will be very simple to select the people that you want to target. And if you have a specific market share target, like 20%, and then because of the risk that you want to produce just products for just the 10% of those people, then there will be a database about early adopter. The early adopter is 1 million people. Then if those 150,000 people among the early adopters consume 8 products a year, then that would be the calculation that you can have in mind when you decide the number of the products that you want to manufacture. And then if you look at the databases, then you can see the number of people in each category. And after this type of data in market, there was evolution, and the CRM has become more sophisticated. And this is all part of the trend that is eventually going toward a big data. Who should live where, and who should be targeted, and whether this product will be really sold in those targeted to those targeted demographic groups. And once we pass this second stage, a new era has dawned. I'm not sure about the types of cosmetics, but let me take an example with cosmetics product. If you are launching just one cosmetics product, there will be just 43 consumer types. And having 43 types of people as target does not just make sense. When you just drew up the marketing plan during the initial stage, there would have been revolutionary, but targeting 43 different types of consumers is just a far stretch. So AT&T, its name has been changed. Its ad platform changed its name into AdWorks. So AdWorks is an advertising platform of AT&T, and if you visit their website, then I want to find a father with a child who goes to kindergarten and who is riding an SUV, which is 10 years old, and he spends time watching TV during weekends. And that kinds, you can make that kinds of a specific demand when you make an advertisement. And in the US, it's relatively freer to sell the private or demographic information of the general consumers and how many households are watching TV at which range of time, and what kind of websites they go to and what kind of numbers they dial. And these types of information is all studied and gathered to define the consumer group that you want to target specifically. And those households that are watching the cable networks that sold by AT&T, those households are pulled for research. And the AT&T will give you companies answer like that. The targeting of your product would be relatively easier or more difficult. Therefore, the targeting fee would be set at some amount of money. And we have these 2,200 types of lifestyle that consumers can choose. And only when you have such a specific definition of your target, you can sell any products like cosmetics or cars to the targets that you want. And another company, Axiom, they have been gathering data about consumers. They just buy data from New York Times and other companies to see which household is watching Wall Street Journal and which is just reading New York Times. So they have this information about households, which household is conservative or liberal. So if FBI leads an investigation and they just commission the work of pulling data about the suspects to Axiom. Axiom has this such wealth amount of data. It just sells GM cars directly in partnership with GM, and it just collects data about image of GM cars and the GM consumers. One consumer or one purchaser of GM, when the person bought a GM and how the person is using GM and what kinds of media this person is watching. Those types of data can be pulled by Axiom, and the Axiom is making money by selling those types of data. And taking a survey and gathering qualitative data based on survey would not be accurate. So these companies are making revolutionary attempts to make the data more accurate for businesses so that they can lead more effective marketing campaigns. So companies have to think about better ways to gather more accurate data. And so these are the additional works that can be done by mobile carriers or telecommunications company. I think the same goes for KT and the LG Telecom. We provide these data provision services, and we also provide tailor-made services based on these types of data. Individual users, even though we cannot locate those people in the exact location they are at, we can just have the big picture about the places our users have been to. And then based on the data, we can make analysis that this user just likes to go to restaurants and pubs, and they used to spend some time during weekends at old palaces or other destinations. And we can also see what kinds of cafe brand that our users prefer. And we can also make assumptions about the schools they go to and the type of cultural activities they do. And we exchange data with the credit card companies as well. So if there is a neighborhood that's popular to those in the 20s, then we can see that the number of restaurants is increasing, which is popular to the 20s. And we also look at the foot traffic or trend of the neighborhood and then divide the foot traffic data by demographic groups. And then, based on the data, we come up with the exact profile for individual users. If the user calls himself as a music lover, then we can see how many actual music festivals and concerts are visited by that user. And such bits of data can be collected and pulled into our database to leverage in the future. And for your information, in Korea, unlike the US, we cannot sell this privacy data or the personal data to the businesses for profit. We just give just the ballpark data, like the kind of life stage or lifestyle these consumers are, and we try to just define the trend and pattern, consumption pattern of the individual users based on the data that we have for those users. So we make lots of assumptions and then connect the dots and provide the results to the businesses, other businesses. So there is a quantitative data and there's also qualitative data. The height is a quantitative data about a person and how many destinations this person visited is also quantitative data about how much satisfied this person was at those attractions or destinations is a qualitative data. And qualitative data and quantitative data, they cannot stand without each other. These two have to come together. You have to know where this person visited and whether this person was satisfied after visiting the site. But the mobile carriers like us are not so sure about the satisfaction or the emotions these people went through when they visited the destinations. So to complement such shortcomings, we first receive their consent to gathering data, and then we just combine the types of different data. And then we work with the Consumer Insight or KCB, these institutes that have financial data about users. Then we can connect the dots like by combining our data with the data KCB has. For example, whether or not this person was satisfied after visiting a specific site, rather than taking a survey, we look at quantitative data and then look at data provided by KCB and compare these types of data. And we conducted the first tourism survey on our respondents, and the results are on the slide. Some parts were very interesting. We classified the lifestyle of these respondents, and there are roughly 7 categories. So let me explain one by one. The first group is people who just love to stay within their neighborhood or their favorite popular places. And these people, they prefer trendy restaurants, and they do not go to the countryside, but at least once a year, they go abroad for travel. These are females in their 40s and 50s. And those on a doctoral degree, they also fall into this first category. And the second group is people who are not on a big budget, but these are the biggest clientele for Jeju Island. Whenever they have money, they just go to Jeju to take off some heat. And the third group is mostly people, self-employed people who are too busy or who cannot afford travel. And the fourth group was most interesting, early adopters. And I think there is an overlapping part between early adopter and those people who just love adventures. And this is an early adopter who loves travel. And I think these people, can be our targets because they consume lots of mobile contents. And there is another type of people, the fifth type. These people consume lots of mobile contents. Even though they do not go to tourist destinations, they actually look for mobile content and they love shopping. Even though they do not physically go to the destinations, they do love shopping and they do search for contents about those tourist destinations. And the next category is people who just love outdoor activities, campers, or those who enjoy fishing. They do not tend to go abroad during their vacations or holidays. Instead, they go to the countryside for camping, fishing, or other outdoor activities. And the last group is quite big, and I think this is a most ordinary group, fathers, busy fathers who usually travel with their families during national holidays. They go to the old palaces, festivals, and trend restaurants with their families. And these people are one of the biggest clienteles of the tourism industry. And maybe we can combine the food, the festivals, and the tourism together to lure this last category. These fathers usually have younger children who go to primary schools because they have to go to the old palace sites or the heritage sites to educate their children, and they usually go to festivals whenever they have time off. And we can see the income level of each category and the type of jobs or occupations they have and the places they visit at weekends. And as you can see from the slide, whether they prefer urban, culture, outdoor, healing, entertainment, shopping, technology sector, or they are interested in technology sector, or they prefer travel, the keywords of their traits are on the slide. And based on the data, we can define these people. These people falls into one of those categories, and they will go to the countryside during weekends, and they go to the festivals. Therefore, we have to provide some gift certificates they can use in those sites.
So the interesting early adopters, I decided to look at them up close and personal. So they account for about 7.5% of all consumers. But why are we paying so much attention to them? Because they spend a lot of money. They consume a lot of things. So if you look at them, they like going to the city centers to enjoy the shopping centers, and they don't really enjoy camping. And they like mobile shopping. They like getting their food delivered to their homes, and they like convenience. So they seek things that provide convenience. They like new technologies. They like new trends. And so what sort of apps do they use a lot? What sort of brands do they like? This is what we analyzed. And there's a lot of people who use Interpark Tour. I'm sorry, I'm specifying a certain brand, but they like Interpark Tour. So I didn't really know why. And so I asked someone in the industry, and they said that Interpark Tour had a lot of affordable packages, products. And so he was saying for people who like traveling, it's quite a famous brand. You can see they use a lot of Kakao Pay, and you can see that there is a large portion of consumers who like Starbucks. So you can see, what brands they like, what apps they like. And when they go abroad, they like to go to close destination, and they like to go as often as possible. So they go a lot to Singapore and Malaysia, and they use LCCs, and they go to Singapore and Malaysia, and then they might transit to another destination. So these are the type of travel that they like to do. And so you can see, once you have these different groups, you can see the characteristics of the groups. You can identify their patterns, or if there are any changes in their patterns. So I'm doing a project with Incheon, and it's the Smart Tourism City Incheon project. And when we're doing the project, we talk about these things. For example, So, you have open market, open port, you have, markets and Chinese market. But a lot of the people, they're not really interested in historical destinations. They're more interested in, famous restaurants. Just like the people in the first group. And so if you go to the open port, of course, it's a great heritage. You can see how people used to live in the early modern times of Korea and how we were opening our country to other countries. So we've created a plan to, introduce famous restaurants in the open port area. So in some parts of Incheon, it is working if you look at our data. And so you also have to look at what sort of channels they're using, where they're going, and you also have to look at, what sort of key roles are relevant to them. So based on those information, you can do marketing, you can create content for the open ports of Incheon. And then the second thing is, so you're doing a lot of campaigns, events, so you have AR, VR products, and you create different services. But your target audience, are they actually visiting the open part of Incheon? This is something that we can track. And people who go to these, historical sites, there's a lot of couples, not so many families. But if you want to attract more families, you have to think about what you can do. And Incheon might be able to target families, who want to go to famous restaurant and historical areas, and then you can analyze, what they like to do, what they like to eat. And then you can create a tourism platform, like an app, to collect data. And then you'll be able to, find detailed information, like, where they consume content, where they eat. And then based on that detailed information, you can create strategy, monitor and upgrade your strategies, and also see how effective your strategies are. So it's a very evolving process. And so strategy and data is combined. And so one of the things, as we're doing the Incheon project, one of the things that I keep bringing up is strategy and data. So when you utilize data, sometimes we see this happening. They just look at the data on the surface, and it doesn't really relate to reality. And there's two reasons for this. First is they're not used to utilizing data in their everyday work. We see that quite often. So, they just understand the data, and then, they go on about as business as usual, and they don't change the way they utilize the data. So they just understand the data and analyze the data. And so when I deliver a report to them, for them, it's like a thesis, a paper. And so, the research is not our ultimate goal. Our goal is to utilize the data. And then the second thing is, maybe I'm not analyzing it properly, but so in one local government, they were looking at downtown transit centers. And so we were looking at how populations were moving. And when we did an analysis, we said that you could maybe create 4 transit centers within the city. And this was our proposal. And the person in charge of transportation, he was smiling. And he said, well, you did a great job of analyzing this, but we already know this information. And he says, the reason why we can't build this transit center is because we don't have the land or because there's a lot of complaints. So they already know why they can't create these transit centers. So for me, I didn't really understand what was happening in reality. I didn't have domain knowledge. And so I was just analyzing the data without talking to the practitioners. And so in this case, data analysis did not reflect reality. So you have to combine data and reality together, and you also have to continue to get feedback in order to be successful. And this is the ITO. It's about ITO and what they're doing. So first of all, we are collecting data about, tourist destination, what sort of buildings are there, what sort of facilities are there, what sort of services are being provided by Incheon. And we're also even looking at, different price points. We're looking at the engagement of citizens, the complaints citizens have. And then ITO has an app, and so we can see, what sort of data that travelers are collecting through the app. And then on the app, we are planning to get consent for using private information, and we're looking at getting consent consent following the relevant laws and regulations, and then we'll be able to utilize this information. And then using public Wi-Fi, we're also going to utilize data. And of course, we're going to have to do a legal review, but we're also trying to utilize SNS ID. So as we create an app, we want to add functions where people will be able to easily upload information on their SNS, social network services. And so when we look at the type of writings or pictures that they post on their SNS, it would be helpful. So this is what we're thinking of. So say there's a couple, and they go to famous restaurants, they go to festivals, they go to ski resorts, they're in their 30s, they're highly educated, they have a high income level, and they visit Incheon, say, 3.2 times a year. And so they're going to the open port area, and we're trying to see, whether they're going to go to, Chinese town to eat, where they're going, are they going to Wormi Island? So we get information about where they're going and what they're doing. And so when they go to Shimpo Market or China Market or Open Port, we're able to see, the different type of services that they prefer and enjoy. And then it's a very complicated table, but anyhow, we're going to integrate all of this data, and I won't go into the details. So once we collect the data, you can't see it, but we can get a 360 degrees understanding about that specific traveler. So through information that we collect through app or Wi-Fi, we'll be able to understand who the traveler is, and then we'll be able to understand, the characteristics of these travelers. And then, we can set them as a target, we can monitor them, we can provide customized promotion. And then what sort of, people come to Incheon and who are we going to target? So here you can see on this table, this is just for your fun. So here, people who enjoy good food, you see that they account for 25% of travelers who come to Incheon. It's quite high. If you look at Busan or Gangwon or Jeonnam, different areas in Korea, you can see it's quite similar. And so for people who come to Incheon Junggu district, you can see that they're coming to this place for similar purposes. And then, you have to, in Incheon Junggu, there's a lot of people who come for famous restaurants, but you can see that the people who come for historical sites is only about 4.5% of travelers when the national average is 12%. So it's quite low. So if you compare it to Gyeonggi, Suwon, or Jeonbuk, Kunsan, or Jeonnam, Suncheon, different parts in Korea, a lot of people go to historic sites, and there's a relatively lower number of people who come for famous restaurants. So when I worked with Hwasong, so they were saying that people who spend more than 4 hours will only be defined as a traveler. Because I was telling them in other areas it's 30 minutes or 2 hours, so why did you set 4 hours for a standard? So what they were saying is the reason why they said people who stay for more than 4 hours will be defined as a tourist is because they wanted to define a tourist as someone who not only visit historical sites but who also spent time in famous restaurants. So you can see that we're getting feedback, we're revising it, and so I think this process is also very important in how well we can utilize data. And so I talked about how we collect data, how we utilize data, and how we receive feedback for our data. And so in a different perspective, there's also another area where you can use data, which is using data for welfare. So we created a list of 100 top tourist destinations and where people with disability go. And what we found out was that the National Museum of Korea, you can see that the percentage of people with disability visiting is only 0.05%. And the reason is because it's not very accessible by public transportation. But if you look at Deoksu Palace, it's actually higher. And so you might think, do people with disability like old palaces? But if you go to Gyeongbok Palace, you can see the numbers here. So the people who live in Seoul go to Deoksu Palace, but the people with disabilities from the provincial areas like to visit Gyeongbok Palace. And so what we know is that Deoksu Palace is much more accessible by people with disabilities. And we can see how we can improve accessibility. We can figure out how to improve accessibility for people with disabilities by looking at this table. So utilizing this data, I would like to touch on 2 points. First is, of course, in this era of big data, we are gathering a lot of data. There's a lot of organizations that collect data. I'm not a tourism expert. I use telecommunication data, to tell you about, where people visit, what their lifestyles are. I just analyze the data. And so, I can't give you advice on how to establish your strategies in terms of tourism. So how do we go about it? So the examples that I gave you, there are experts. And, the experts probably think about what sort of data they need. And, if they know what sort of data that we provide, then they'll be able to contact me. Then, I would be able to give them feedback and give them solutions by collaborating with them. So the data is not the beginning of this process. The first process is thinking about what your problems are, and then also having the commitment to do something with that data. Then that will help you to better utilize that data. And then the second thing is, so I just talk about, data from the telecom carriers because I work for SKT. But, I talked about combining qualitative, quantitative data. You can't just rely on data from one source. For example, say a retailer trying to do marketing, if they only use data from a telecom company, then out of the data, they could only use 2 sets of data. But if they combine that with data from credit card company, there'll be more uses. So when you combine data, it's not 1 + 1 is 2. It's 1 + 1 is 4 or 5. And so if you can utilize as much data as possible, then I think it would be helpful and in your work. Then you can get your feedback, and there's that evolving process that you can utilize to help you succeed. And when you we'll be able to support you if you decide to do so. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. It was Lee Dong-ok, manager at SK Telecom, and how to collect and combine big data for marketing. He gave us a very detailed explanation and took us through this journey. Not just collecting data is not enough. You also have to apply the data for what you want to do. And he gave many people ideas and insight that can be applied in real life. Thank you for the great presentation. The last part is a discussion led by people in industry and academia. I'd like to invite the chair and the panelists for the discussion session. Koo Chol-mo, professor of Smart Tourism Education Platform of Kyung-hee University, who will be leading this session, and as a panelist, Shim Jin-bum, a senior researcher of the Incheon Institute and the ITC representative of Hana Tour, Lee Jae-woo, and Kim Jae-ho, a professor of Ina Technical College. Please come up to the stage. And Professor Koo Chol-mo of Kyung-hee University will take over from here. We're glad to see you all. My name is Koo Chol-mo, and I am teaching at Smart Tourism Education Platform of the Hotel Management Department of Kyung-hee University. It gives me great honor and pleasure to lead this very meaningful discussion session of IITM. Kyung-hee University created this Smart Tourism Education Platform for master's and the doctorate degree to respond to the rapid changes of the industry brought about by ICT. So let me, or the 3 panelists, please introduce yourselves briefly. Well, great to see you all. My name is ITC, a representative of Hana Tour. My name is Lee Jae-woo. I have been in charge of outbound for the 17 years, and I was also in hotel retail and duty-free retail. And more recently, I took charge in inbound travel. Good to see you all. My name is Shim Jin-bum, and I'm reading research at the Incheon Institute. It's truly meaningful for me to participate in this discussion. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Jae-ho, and I'm teaching at Ina Technical College. I'm involved in the policymaking process of the government and the public agencies, and therefore I have some specialty in our future path for PPP, or public-private partnership. Yes, we have three panelists. One is on behalf of, one is from the academia, one is from business, and the other person is involved in discussion with the government and the public sector. Now, we'd like to have some discussion about various issues in the industry. First of all, let me ask a question to Kim Jae-ho. Please tell us the damage the industry has got from the COVID-19. And for Shim Jin-bum, the number of jobs in the industry is declining. So how can he overcome this crisis? Please share your insights with the audience. Well, there are roughly two aspects in this issue. What does coronavirus or COVID-19 mean for the tourism industry? Before, there was a shock which was very limited in the scale and in time. They didn't deal a heavy blow, or they didn't devastate the industry itself. But COVID-19 is different because it gave two whammies to the industry, because it gave shock to the number. It reduced the number of tourists, and it also gave some qualitative damage as well. And especially it just cut the supply and demand in the demand sectors, mounting very heavy downward pressure on the tourism industry. As for statistics, there are 1.4 billion international tourists, but that number would be reduced to 320 million people. And as for the inbound tourists, it is 17 million people, and it was reduced to 2.6 million people, which is an 86% decline. And we also looked at damage, then the loss is 9 trillion Korean won for tourism industry. That is the amount of loss that tourism industry has sustained, which is very huge. And how about Incheon? As for Incheon, let me tell you inbound market first. Last year, there were 1.4 million people in the inbound market, but this year, because of the COVID-19, the inbound market is shrinking, and the total market size is just 220,000 people. So the shock is just 85%. And we also look at the credit card spending to estimate the loss of the Incheon tourism industry, tourism activities, transport, the accommodations. In these sectors, quarter on quarter, about the spending has been reduced by 24% compared to the same quarter the previous year. So compared to the overall industries, the tourism industry has sustained especially bigger shock. And as COVID-19 is being prolonged, the damage is becoming bigger. So we need to have a close monitoring. Thank you, Mr. Shim. You gave us several statistics to enhance our understanding about the damage made by the COVID-19. And please tell us the changes in the outlook of the industry. Yes, whenever there's a difficulty, the profit would go down and the demand would also go down. But COVID-19 is worse because it is eliminating jobs. And after that, it is also eliminating future jobs for college graduates or other types of students. and the college entrance exam period is over, and we are already seeing much less students who are applying for their departments related to the tourism industry. As for our department, the competition rate among the high school graduate has been reduced by 40%, and the situation is worse for universities located outside Seoul. And it is not just about inbound travel. Any spending related to the tourism industry is also going down. I think there is as much as 90% of reduction in spending in some sectors, including hotels. The tourism and travel sector is a very comprehensive industry which is related to hotels, MICE, and any other similar activities. So if you look at the overall impact of COVID-19, the damage will be sustained and will continue for a longer time. And the hotels owned by big businesses, they are coming up with their own measures, selling their products online, and they are working with the startups and the venture companies to reach out to the new demographics and new markets. And retention is also very important. Talent retention. Creating jobs is important, but dealing with unemployment, reducing unemployment is also important, because if you cannot address this unemployment issue, the damage will continue, and this will create much more difficulty for people involved in this business. And the airline industry is seeing empty airport, and the cruise is now being called as prison camp over the ocean, and the festivals are very empty, and the tourism in Korea is just going back to the 1980s, and three travel businesses are shutting down themselves one day, and these are all the phenomena that are appearing and that show the difficulties of this sector.
So I think, you created these phrases that are going to be stuck in our head. I thought that schools would be able to avoid the COVID crisis, but it seems that, there's less support for students. And so I can see that, schools are also directly affected by COVID. So the Incheon Institute and Incheon Technical College, the two speakers from these two institutions talked about the current status, but now I'd like to invite CEO Lee Jae-woo of Hanatour ITC, maybe tell us about what the industry is going through. So thank you, Professor, for sharing with us your thoughts, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of research papers, but I got some, someone was saying that they were going to resign from our company as well. So you have people who are on paid leave, people who are not on paid leave. And so, people who with paid leave, they come to the office 3 times a week, or people with unpaid leave, they just work from home. They've been getting subsidies from the government, but from December with no subsidy from the government, people say that Hellgate will begin. So these young people, there's a lot of smart young people who joined our company or our industry, and they were going to, really transform the travel industry. But now, they're looking to other industries for new jobs. And, we have first generation, second generation people who are leading the travel industry. And, they're breadwinners and they have nowhere to go. So I was involved with outbound tourism, with MICE and hotel industry for a long time. And for Hanatour, I was also in charge of the duty-free store course. So people in the airlines, you know, the duty free, the hotels, everyone's facing a lot of difficulty. Of course, Incheon City will also mention this, but you know, we saw a lot of great content. You can do a lot of analysis with big data. But you know, yesterday I prepared my remarks, and then you know, I decided to not go ahead with these remarks. And seeing Incheon's presentation, I can see that Incheon is doing a great job. But even if you have a really good stone, you need to create this into a gem. So even if you have great contents, you need someone to make it into a product and then globally promote it so that people can experience it. You need a planner. But these planners are disappearing. So before we received support from the local governments and we were able to create products for Incheon, the people who were involved in promoting and marketing activities, they're gone now. And I'm sure that the professor agreed. But you know, maybe Incheon can really lead the initiative of promoting cooperation between the private and public sector. So maybe Incheon can incubate, nurture these travel planners. So Hana Tour is one of the key players in the travel industry, and if Hana Tour is going through such a difficult time, I'm sure that the other businesses are facing even greater difficulties. And we know how serious COVID is, not just the travel and tourism industry, but in general, everyone knows how difficult the COVID crisis has been. But if you look at the trend in the travel and tourism industry, what sort of new trends do you see in the midst of this coronavirus? Well, anyone can answer this question. Maybe you can take turns answering this question. So I will answer this question. So I think when we talk about trends, I mean, you talk about K-pop, K-food, and then that ties in with tourism. So if you go to other countries, there are keywords that describe each destination, and Incheon is coming up with that keyword. I'm involved in the travel industry, and because I'm responsible for our corporate account, I've met people from the IT sector, the automobile sector, and recently I met a startup company called Real World. So they create contents from local governments into games. So it's a really developing startup, and I think they received a award from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. So when we think about trends, it's not something that someone creates. It's something that naturally comes about. So when people are engaging in something, it becomes a trend. So if you look at Real World, the startup, so the people from local government, professors, many people in the travel industry, I think they need, or people from the startup CEOs, I think when these people meet together and get together, they're going to come up with great ideas. So in Incheon, there's a lot of great contents like the open port, and they can be transformed into very fun elements, and you can create fun themes. So, we talk about untapped, there's a lot of keywords, but these are all set sort of structured, too formalized. And so maybe Incheon can meet up with new and upcoming startups to come to develop new contents, and then that could become a trend, and then, other local governments might follow what Incheon is doing. So I think if you look at what is happening, you've seen in the media, so I would like to touch on 3 points. So the first is we have to look at how the traveler is using their time and space. So in other words, people are, when people are traveling, where they're going is all changing. Also, the density is changing, and also, how far they're willing to travel is changing. And then the second is in terms of preference in tourist activities, it's changing. People like small scale, they like nature, they like more personalized, personal activities. And then the third trend we see is that people's sort of like demand for tourism is changing as well. So the products, facilities, their most important criteria is safety and hygiene. So I think these are the key sort of trends that we are emerging right now. Is it going to, take root, or is it going to be just sort of a temporary trend? I think this is something that we have yet to see. We have to monitor, because we have to continue to monitor these trends to see if they're going to stick or if it's a temporary thing. I think that's a very difficult aspect, because we've never had this type of crisis like Corona. It's unprecedented. And so after Corona crisis over, maybe some people are saying that after the pandemic, 3 months, 6 months later, some people are saying, tourism will come back, or some people are saying, there's going to be huge, demand for tourism after Corona is over. But I think that in terms of group travel, the demand will go down because of density and safety issues. So I think there's going to be more personalized sort of travel. So I think this ties in with the transportation policy in Korea. So mass public transportation, there will be changes in these areas. So some professors are saying that, on the weekend, we should get rid of the bus dedicated lanes on the weekends because, they want people to travel within Korea. But if they have like a designated routes for public transportation, then they're saying that's not right. So we should change that. And if you look at from the supply side of things, I think there's two things. First is density. So we have to talk about tourism, capabilities. So people are saying that, the first thing that they're going to look at is how dense a tourist destination is, not the attractiveness. So if you look at museums or outdoor parks, you have to think about, how many people you can accommodate. So that would be very important. And then we talked about big data. And going beyond big data, I think we have to think about big data creators. So if you look at Netflix, they recommend movies to you using big data. And apparently the success target rate is 17%. But people who love romance movies, if you recommend action movies, apparently your success rate goes up. And so in the future, one of the trends that we'll see is that, a supplier should not just analyze data and create contents. They have to create and they have to plan things. And I think you're going to need more people who will plan and create.
Well, that is Professor Kim Jae-ho giving us some information about trends. Well, defining the trend is very challenging, but now is the time of big data. So we can watch trend emerging and forming on a real-time basis with big data. Then what about the response of the tourism industry in this era? Professor Kim, what kind of marketing campaigns would be preferable for tourism companies or businesses? Well, at the forum and academic forum, Hana Tour started working with venture companies. That was announced. And the established offline brick-and-mortar companies, they will be joining hands with online companies and the venture companies. That will be the future trend for tourism businesses. So that will be the response. And they will come up with new products at a lower price, and I think that from the lower price to mid-range and higher price products, such diversity will emerge in terms of product portfolio. Before we had wider variety in the price, but these days there will be some polarization. There will be lower cost products and there will be higher cost products that emphasize safety. And before, the most products are outbound travel, but now we have more inbound, more domestic travel or local travel products. And we are already seeing more travel products for Gyeonggi province. And this microtourism is also emerging. And to respond to that trend, there will be more microtourism products. And for the time being, there will be more products created through a partnership between private and public sector, like the good travel in Gyeonggi province and hotel industry working with the government government sector, and the government is giving a support to the workers in the tourism industry. These products based on the PPP will come out more frequently in the future. And lastly, the tourism pass and the holiday support for workers, those kinds of the products that combine various trends will emerge in the future. Yes, to overcome the damage, the products based on the PPP will become more valued in the future. Yes, the ecosystem of the tourism industry is being damaged, and to repair the damage, PPP is essential. Saying that is easy, but doing it actually will be difficult. So, Mr. Shim, can you tell us what kind of responses will be necessary for us to overcome this crisis? Yes, I will just give you some examples in the local industry. This year, Incheon City has designed some response schemes dealing with COVID-19. At the early days of COVID-19, Incheon City recognized the severity of this problem and has come up with some institutional framework for support. And the first one is the crisis response system made by Incheon City. So it worked with ITO and the Tourism Council. It formed a task force to develop that response system. And ITO is also driving this response initiative for itself, and it is holding a crisis meeting on a weekly basis and to study what is happening on the field. These players are taking a survey, fact-finding survey on 92 tourism companies in the field. And I think we have to emphasize the importance of the crisis management system and liquidity of the businesses, but job protection are also very important. And Incheon City has introduced a policy to support small and medium-sized enterprises, and 15 billion Korean won of a subsidy has been applied by small and medium-sized enterprises to get the Incheon City's government grant. And especially the Tourism Support Center has been established, and via this center, Incheon Metropolitan City Government is giving out support. And there are 7 types of businesses defined by the Tourism Promotion Act, and for these 7 types of businesses, this government is providing consulting services along with some advice. And this is since the center is centered around the job creation, there are various measures to protect jobs and increase job security. So in the early days, Incheon City Government has come up with some measures and the system to give out support. And it has been leading the local economy recovery plan based on quarantine measures. And it works with the accommodation and hospitality sector to lower prices for consumers. And it designated this contactless tourism destinations and promote those destinations. And there is another initiative that in the course of recovery, it forms partnerships for joint marketing and joint sales of tourism products. So these are various efforts that the Incheon city government has been doing for recovery and response. Yes, those were the very wonderful examples. And then let me turn to Lee Jae-woo for another question. There are rapid changes brought about by COVID-19. To catch up with such changes and trends, businesses are making special efforts. Can you share with us some of the projects and products that are in the pipeline for response? That was a very broad question, and it is more difficult for us to drive new initiatives since we have less people. For example, there is a meetup date which was organized by me. I talked with ITO, and there is a new person, Song Min-ho, from the Boston Consulting Group, and he laid out the future path for Hana Tour. Of course, Hana Tour is not a representative of the tourism industry, and we don't want to monopolize the industry. We want to work with the venture companies, and we want to fill in the gaps with the help of other companies. Before, we wanted to cover from A to Z, but now we want to work with other companies to fill in the gaps that we have. So, for example, we met with startup companies. I cannot tell you the exact names, but when people go abroad, there can be some health issues. You can be sick and you can have some eye disease, and you don't know which pharmacy you can visit. Then there is a startup which can provide such information to the travelers, but they couldn't have a quantum jump because of the regulation. There's another startup who can manage itinerary fully, and other startup they can turn some videos taken by tourists into a fantastic movie or short video clip. And these startups, they have brilliant ideas, and they are in very challenging times. Of course, we are also in the challenging time too, but if we can join forces together, then we can fare better. And I believe there are professors here. And have you ever used the neighbor shopping, grocery shopping function? It would be very convenient if you had used such function. So the portal sites like Naver, they are entering domestic travel market as well in coming months. They use their keywords and they have this place ID function. It is more like location-based data service. And now the players in this industry, you have to meet with SK Telecom and Naver and other new types of businesses. When we have a PPP, if Hana Tour has its separate plan and the government has its own plan, then finding the middle ground would be very difficult. Now we are nearing at the end of the year. At this time of the year, this is a very good time for us to get together to discuss and have a joint plan for the future. And in the future, there will be more diverse content because there are more platforms. If you have brilliant ideas and good contents, then you can find a platform that will sell your products. So focus on making quality products that will take Incheon further.
So thank you for sharing with us your thoughts. And so I guess, the efforts shouldn't just come from the travel industry, tourism products are they're very closely connected with our daily lives. So you just talked about Naver. If you look at the government organizations in Korea, they're very smart. They're very preemptive in responding to changes. If you look at large corporations or large portals in Korea, they're also very quick on their feet. So if they come together and they create a new product, then I think maybe the operations of those products, the very elementary process, I think, can be established to create more jobs. And so in a new sort of system, could actually increase the quality of services that are provided to people and increase their level of happiness. So I think, Corona is not just, a threat. If you, depending on how you look at it, I think you can discover opportunities within this crisis. Of course, it's difficult to predict what's going to happen with COVID. So I have a question for Professor Kim. The travel tourism industry is facing a lot of difficulties, but there must be, areas where we can preemptively respond. There is maybe a silver lining. that we can look for. So I think, the travel industry is a bit depressed because of COVID. And the first thing that sort of comforted me was that government and local government has recognized that, travel and tourism is a proper industry. Before, it was just described in the mass media as just, a way of, consuming our leisure time, just going abroad and having fun. But now I think the governments understand that this is a proper industry, airline industry, tourism industry. They talk about the word, they use the word industry. So there's an understanding that this is an industry. It's not just about, having fun or going abroad. And right now is the time to reorganize, redefine Korea's tourism industry. We've quickly developed, there's a lot of projects, a lot of policies, and so there was a lot of companies have been created, a lot of contents has been created by local governments. But was it competitive? How effective was our programs and projects? So maybe at this point in time, we can look back and review what we've done. So, there's a lot of certification programs or qualification programs, and so one of the key things that we should look at again is the qualification system. So in other industries, job creation is connected to qualifications. But if you look at the travel tourism industry, we have a lot of different certificates or qualifications for translators, for guides, and students are not really interested in these national qualification schemes, and it doesn't really impact them getting jobs. So, we're creating a new law. And so, of course, if you look at the, programs that we're running, especially the qualification programs, I think, we need to reorganize, redefine these qualification programs. And then if you look at Incheon and the local areas, there's very small but strong companies, and they're facing a lot of challenges. So we need to help them to have competitiveness in the long run and support them, and also try to promote job stability or employment stability. And then the last thing I would like to talk about is everyone is quite depressed because of COVID, and I think when people smile or have fun is when they travel. And so there is that public convenience public benefit that travel tourism provides. And so I think in this sort of people understand that travel can really provide a lot of joy to people, and so we have to look at sort of like the public benefits that travel tourism provides. So not just look at the economic factors, but really look at sort of the public benefits and come up with numbers for public benefits. So Professor Kim talked about how we're talking about the damage that is being experienced by the travel tourism industry, but Professor Kim also talked about how we can sort of look back on our past activities and reorganize ourselves. And now I would like to ask Mr. Lee. So before COVID, in 2019, what we saw in Britain, like Thomas Cook, the large travel agency, went bankrupt. In Korea, a top airliner also went bankrupt in Korea. And then we saw coronavirus outbreak. And already, the changes have been happening in the industry, and I think COVID just has sort of accelerated this change. And the travel industry, there's a lot that they have to prepare. IT-based travel, they have to ensure safety of travelers. So as we move forward, what sort of preparations should we take? And so we talk about travel bubbles, so airports or local airports are being connected. So we're talking with Guam, Bali. So it's about, let's promote the exchange of travelers. But there are political, of course, issues. But depending what the CDC in Korea, how they respond, I think this I think our response would be different. So if you look at Thomas Cook and a lot of travel agencies are closing shop, and I think maybe Hanator might not be an exception in the future. Thankfully, we have large support in terms of funding and capital. And, next month we're going to announce it, but, we'll have to go through very tough sort of innovation. One thing that is hopeful, that is I've been involved with outbound, inbound, but, when we send outbound, you have to think about, shopping centers. When you think about inbound travelers, you have to think about shopping centers. So with many Chinese tourists coming into Korea, I think there were some changes, distortions in the Korean market. When the Japanese tourists came to Korea, we had FIT, and there were a lot of people who would go to the provincial areas, and then we have travelers from Southeast Asia as well coming to Korea. So they don't really go to provincial areas. They're centered around in Seoul. So I think this is really a time to look back on the past. So maybe bad habits, like too much focus on shopping centers or non-qualified guides or very cheap restaurants. These type of things, I think, should be eliminated. And Hanato ITC, one of the things that we're doing is we're working with local governments to come up with special products that are being implemented under special themes. So we're looking at various issues, but with COVID, we're now looking at how to promote the domestic tourism market, and we're trying to export this around the world. So we have a lot of products targeting the domestic market. And when I look at these products, I think that it's not only going to be attractive to domestic travelers, but it's going to also be attractive to foreign travelers after COVID. We'll be able to export these products. And then the trend will be, we talk about FIT mice, but regardless of that, if a local government creates great content and then they are able to incubate, develop this, then I think that when we have more international travel, they will be very attractive to foreign travelers. So I think, first of all, we have to get rid of these bad habits. But what worries me is that maybe, massive investment will come into the market and distort the market. So, when we're creating outbound products, we're going to look at how we can provide better quality. And so I think this is a really time for us to look back on our activities. And then maybe this is an opportunity for the young and upcoming, people to really come up with great ideas. There's a lot of first generation, second generation people working in the travel industry. Maybe it's time for this sort of change in generation. So apparently kids use Facebook messengers, they use Teams, and I didn't know about these things. And so there's a lot of new trends that are coming up. So young people who know these trends should lead our activities. So maybe after COVID, in terms of inbound and domestic tourism market, I think we can do a really good job. And so I've traveled abroad, and the country that I really call, advanced markets are those markets who have a very strong inbound market. So I think maybe after COVID, that will be the case for Korea.
Well, Mr. Lee Jae-woo from Hanato ITC made very bold remarks. Well, I met one of the travel company CEO today, and he told me that he had prepared so many programs and he couldn't have an opportunity to implement those programs because of COVID-19. He wanted this COVID-19 situation to be over soon, but it will not happen anytime soon, unfortunately. Now, we'd like to talk about some of the talking points created by COVID-19, but the effort should be led by the central government. In Incheon, city government is a local government. So the R&Rs, the roles of local government should be separated from the roles of the central government. There should be some division in terms of R&R. And by complementing each other, they can effectively deal with this COVID-19 COVID-19. And so I want to know more about the plans of the Incheon City government to deal with this situation. And I think as a starter, we can divide this. We can come up with two situations or scenarios for COVID-19. One is our coexistence with COVID-19. In that case, the local government should play certain roles, and the other scenario is after COVID-19. After COVID-19 is over, but the impact will linger even after the vaccine is out, and I think the impact will linger several years later. Up until 2024 or 2023, this crisis situation can continue even after vaccine is out. So let's explore the first scenario. How can we mitigate the risk and the shock from COVID-19? And this scenario can continue to 2022 and 2023. And during the period, I think it's getting a stability and the participation, getting more participation would be crucial. The government should work with the companies who create jobs in the sector. And the government should give stability, security, and some assurance to these companies and the players, and then deliver the plans through very clear, frequent communication. And what kind of support should be given to overcome this crisis to the tourism industry? And the government should also protect jobs so that companies can retain their talents before they are getting out of this crisis. And when the international tourism market is on the recovery track, the government should have a very short-term recovery support for the tourism industry, and it has to also think about creating some safe tourism environment, and all of the answers should be found with a partnership with the private sector. And even when after this COVID crisis is over, there can be another crisis like COVID-19. So prevent another shock, the government should have a very preventive crisis management mechanism that should be designed with the participation of experts with various specialty areas. It has to enable players share information and their awareness about the situation, and that should be done through a structured mechanism. And thirdly, the perception and attitude toward COVID-19 is another factor in overcoming this crisis. And this attitude is directed at coming up with preparation measures for prevention. And I think there are three types of transitional pressure. The market is changing, and second, digital shift is taking place, and third, there is a pressure to create a breakthrough for the tourism industry, for sustainability of the industry. So let me briefly explain. Traditionally, when we have policies, there should be the policy-making process and then the policy acceptance process. Tourism development is done by local authorities, and they just attract private investment to promote their own tourism. And if there is a downward growth pressure, then these activities will decline. Then the government should now focus on creating an enabling environment for new contents so that the private capital can generate more diverse contents and build platforms. In this regard, we need to have a shift when developing policies for the tourism industry. Before, inbound marketing was taken for granted. LCC was booming, so inbound travel also developed as well. But now we have to shift a focus to microtourism or local tourism, and based on this shift, we should have a new monitoring mechanism and promotion system. And this polarization issue should be also dealt with by promoting the third sector. And the policy acceptance is also very important, and it should be supported with the appropriate policies. Up until now, the Incheon city government didn't have very strong policies for the local tourism development, but to develop local tourism, the private sectors in the getting talents are very important. So the government should change the focus of its policy and has to allocate more resources in these emerging areas. There should be some relocation of some resources for the future. Well, that was a great summary or a great wrap-up. Whether it's central government or local government, they are doing their best not to prevent total destruction of the tourism industry. COVID-19 is inevitable or unavoidable natural disaster that we cannot just prevent. And it will take a very long time for us to fully recover from this natural disaster. But we can make our to-do list and share some of our expertise with one another to better fare and overcome this crisis. Now we'd like to go to the final round of questions, and for this final round of questions, we received questions from our audience. And there are 3 questions we got from our audience. The first question goes to Lee Jae-woo from Hana Tour ITC. COVID-19 it will be with us for some time. It will not be gone soon. Whether it is the U.S., Japan, other countries are in worse situations than in Korea. So tourism industry has to find a new model for survival. A new model will require new paradigm or new mechanism. So what kind of preparations are being made to find this new model? Well, that is a very crucial question and most difficult one. And I think for travel industry, infrastructure should be also changed first, and we have less people, and therefore our infrastructure is also damaged. And we talked about travel companies and travel agencies, but as neighbor was mentioned, portal sites, the big portal sites, they are observing the demand of the travel industry. I didn't use the website or online purchase of great retailers, but now I use Naver to buy groceries from those retailers instead of their online website. So where can we find an answer? The answer lies in the content, and the good projects should be incubated based on the PPP. And there are keywords that I have found in this industry. One is a keyword, second is a platform, and the third is content. Most consumers, they prefer branded products, but unlike the past, since the platform has become more sophisticated, and there are still numerous platforms, and we don't know what to choose, but no one is investing in the content. They are just focusing on platforms. All of those new companies are saying that they are platform companies instead of content companies. But ITC is a content provider. If you have to label this company, we are investing in content. We incubate talent so that these talents can customize good products and export those products. And thankfully, we work with local governments through various initiatives, and those initiatives are being creating great products, and those products are being received very well in overseas markets. And some of our products are being received very well in eBay Taiwan. Hanatour.com will complete its renewal for domestic site, and this is also showing a great result with a great reaction. The market is changing, the trends are changing, but what is leading the change is the contents. If you have great quality contents, then you will already overcome the COVID crisis. If you go to Myeongdong, you cannot find Japanese or any other foreigners, but if there is any exciting contents, for example, BTS, then those foreigners will find their ways to come to Korea despite all. So developing those quality contents, so we are here joined by professors, but professors should work with students so that they can find brilliant contents and give students the experiences of developing content and exporting those contents and seeing the success of their contents. If those experiences can be shared and replicated across the industry, that can be the way for us to overcome the COVID-19 crisis. So investing in HR, it would be the best way to overcome this crisis. Yes, Lee Jae-woo from Hanatour emphasized the importance of contents, and Naver and Hanatour, these big businesses, they already own the platforms and the channels and outlets connected to the outside. So those big businesses, if they can redistribute the profits and the profits coming from the contents, then they can also be a boost for this industry. And lastly, the two remaining questions are directed to me. The first one is that using QR code and location-based data for smart tourism is widespread in China, but Korea is lagging behind in terms of smart tourism. And why is that? That is very difficult question because Korea is very superb in getting performances in singular discipline like this semiconductors, smart TV, or others. And if there is just one single model, if you just look at single model, then Korea is excelling others, but Korea is not so good at creating an ecosystem or covering the entire ecosystem. QR code is used for payment or reading information from the code. And if you go to China, many purchases are being made with a QR code. QR code is just one channel to read the information, but the settlement and payment system behind the QR code is really well structured and well established. It is managed by big businesses in the payment and settlement services. And the Chinese government is also in charge of the security of those transactions. So there is this government support along with the excellent technologies provided by the global companies. And whenever you just swipe the QR code with your smartphones, then payment will be made instantaneously. But unlike China, in Korea, behind the QR code, there are numerous card companies or banks, Shinhan Card, Uri Card, and Hana Card, and etc. And these card companies, they have to process the transactions, but if you had actually used the credit card for payment, then you would have realized it might take longer because you have to authorize yourself. And to authorize yourself, then you have to get the SMS or the text message, and then you have to prove that is really you. And then after the authorization process is over, then you are directed to the app payment service. So there are too many stages in between until you make the actual payment. QR code is also very widely available in Korea, and there are companies in charge of payment, but since the process itself is very long and complicated, the QR code is not being used for payment. And if you look at the online payment companies who use online payment like Airbnb and Uber, whenever a payment is made, the MasterCard and Visa card would take care of the rest. They will just deal with the payment and then the process is over. And the payment information is uploaded on the homepage of Airbnb and Uber. So they just have two stages in the payment. They don't require authorization and they are not responsible for that. And then who is responsible for authentication or authorization? If there is breach of privacy and breach of security, then there are companies who are in charge of that area take all the responsibility, and these companies are very responsible. If there is a security breach, then these companies take full responsibility. And since we trust those companies, we store our credit card information, and that is why they have a fast process. But this is not happening in Korea. I visited the Gyeongbok Palace, Changdeok Palace, and Jongmyo yesterday with my students, and I used Keep Going to experience a smart mobility, and then I just entered my phone number and other data for authentication. And after entering all this information, I tried to the kickboard, but the battery was out then. And there was the U.S. soldier in Korea, and I asked him whether he can use this Keep Going. But he told me that let alone using Keep Going, he couldn't use any other services, many other services, because he couldn't use the payment, online payment service in Korea. And I think this smart payment is a de facto standards globally. So to make our tourism industry more sophisticated, we have to adopt this technology and have to make it easier. And last question.
And I would like to ask Professor Kim this question. So a pandemic like COVID can happen anytime. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but right now the tourism industry has been hit hard because of COVID. And in order to prepare for such a crisis in the future, what should we do? How can we prepare for the future? Like maybe if you have any ideas you would like to share with us. I mean, it was a question directed towards me, but I would like to ask you instead. Well, I think that's a very difficult question. So I think the first thing is Dr. Shim mentioned this, but we have to manage crisis and come up with a governance structure. And then the second thing I would like to mention is that personally, when I work with local governments or the central government and I look at the policies, they look at developing tourism resources. I think up until now they were very much focused on developing hardware. That's where the budget was allocated because the industry is something that the private businesses develop and operate. But whether it's, I think whatever policies that government implements, it should be focused on fostering the tourism industry. So the local government and central government, if we were to stabilize the tourism industry, then I think we would be more readily prepared for this type of crisis. We talked about, themed programs, but we have like hub cities that are being developed by local governments. They want to create industries, they want to create contents and also develop planners. So thank you for your feedback. I know that we're a little bit behind schedule, but we were able to talk to people from the government, academia, and the business, and we were able to analyze the current situation and also think about how we can prepare for future crises and also overcome the current COVID crisis. So I would like to thank the three gentlemen for sharing with us their insight and thoughts. And with this, I would like to conclude this panel discussion. Thank you.
정말 꼭 필요한 실질
That was a very substantial discussion where we were able to get a lot of ideas and insights. I would like to thank the moderator and also the panel discussants. Please give them another big round of applause. So through the discussion, we were able to learn about the trends and how to respond to the coronavirus, and we were able to get insight from the private, public sector as well as the academia. So I hope that you were able to gain a lot of insight in order to respond to the current crisis. So with this, we will conclude the Incheon International Online Travel Mart. And so I believe that we'll be able to overcome COVID together, and I believe that the future of tourism industry here in Incheon is very bright. We have one-on-one business meetings for those people who reserved in advance. We look forward to your interest and participation. And so with this, I would like to bid you farewell. Thank you very much.